All right. Hey, Foamed. Hey, Proto. Hello, Anime Steven Seagal. Welcome. All right. Hey, Orange Blur. Okay. It works. Okay. Having a great day. Yep. Had some pizza twice today because I bought a bunch of pizzas the night before lockdown. So I've been having nothing but pizza and Soylent the last few days. Hey, did you, dude? Good evening to you as well. And going ham in VR. This game is not so much a go ham game. It's it's like a it's like a platformer kind of, I guess, kind of. I'm not sure how I describe this. I put VR puzzle, but this game's weird. There's gonna be no bonking as far as I'm aware. Alright, it looks like I got all the weird stuff I've set up here. So since the last test I did with the VR stream, so obviously we had some issues with, there's like cursors appearing on screen, and I wasn't aware of it when it happened, so, I made a third virtual window inside the headset. So, I'll have both controllers out, and if I take the one in my left hand and spin it around, so normally it's like this. If I go like this and point it towards my headset, there'll actually be a window that appears attached to the controller like this that'll show the stream feed. So I can, just like that, at a glance, take a look at what you guys are seeing on the stream feed and be able to catch any weird issues like that. And then I also enabled the HTC Vive's camera. So on the headset itself, there is a camera right here, right where this thing right here. That is the camera at the bottom of the unit. And you can actually, there's a setting in Steam VR for enabling that camera in certain situations. The way that I'm going to be using it is by hitting the Steam menu button on this controller, which is the button down here below the touchpad. It will pause the game, kind of, and bring up the Steam menu. And also, when it does that, it brings up another virtual menu attached to the right-hand controller with the live feed from that camera. So I can just, after hitting pause, it immediately brings up the camera view, and it's attached to this controller, so I could do this. So the use for that is a few things. One, I can use that to easily record saves and deaths. So I just hit the pause button, bring up the camera, go over to my tablet and hit the button on my tablet, unpause, and then we're right back into it. Another thing is I could use that to hydrate, because I drink a lot of water, and trying to do that completely blind is going to end up with water spilled over all my computers, and I don't want that to happen. So that's what I'm going to be using to make that a lot safer. And I think with that and all my other stuff, I should have all my bases covered for any weird situations that arise with streaming VR. So hopefully it works. Like that's the whole point of this, is I'm iterating on the setup of this and seeing what works, what doesn't, what needs to be changed, and I think I probably arrived at a good combination of things for everything. But we'll see. That's the testing's for. Hey Hidden, hey Zach. Welcome. All right. So we're almost there. Oh, my Discord thing on my desktop is not updating. What's up with that? There we go. Okay. Interesting. So I guess whenever I reset my my Discord bot server thing, it it doesn't update properly. The webhook. Hey, Boix. Hey, Gator. Started shelter in place. Yeah, my county's been doing shelter in place for a bit too. Is the Discord bot not working right now on my website? All right, hold up. It's not working in the VR thing for me. 'Cause that's a problem. Streams, chat. All right. Somebody send a message in the Discord chat here, because it's not working on this machine, and this is the important one that I need that to do that. This. Not quite sure. Okay, there we go. Now it works. All right, good. All right, good. I just needed to completely refresh. Refresh things. Okay, select that. GDI indirect. This. Okay, I gotta redo everything now. Okay. All right, good. That is working now. Good. All right. Okay, so there's another thing I have just learned for this. All right. Because it wasn't sending in new messages on my little website I made for it, and now it looks like it is. So we're good. Yep, I see that. So now I should be able to. It should be updating in here. Yep, I see a thumbs up from Dude. I see the YouTube chat. Okay. All right. Cool. Good. It is working. All right. Excellent. So let's get started here. All right. Moss. So this is a PC 2018 VR puzzle game. I know very little about this game, other than it seemed neat when I saw it presented at E3 a few years back. Kind of when everybody and their mother was producing a VR headset and VR games and jumping on the bandwagon for all that. I remember this being one of like the big showpiece games, I guess, that was presented. I think during Sony's E3 maybe for PSVR. I think that's where I maybe saw this. So developed and published by Polyarc. I haven't really heard of that company before, so probably fairly recent and fairly small. But we'll see what they produced. And this is all we got in terms of promotional material, because like like most digital distribution games, like there's no there's no box art cover. I'm dying before we even start this. Holy shit. Okay. All right. Yeah. It's a mouse thing. Okay. So the platform I'll be using to play this on is on PC, and I'm going to be using. Once I bring it up here. All right. I'm going to be using an HTC Vive, the first generation unit. So you can see it's got this camera here. The camera I'm actually going to be using for background stream stuff. And yeah, it's a headset that you put over your head for VR. Obviously got two eye hole things. Not quite circular, because you don't need that part by the nose filled in. It's kind of low resolution, but it's good enough for me. Let's see. These are the controllers we'll be using. There's two of them, one for each hand. Buttons on it, we got a main menu button to bring you back to the Steam overlay. We have a in-game menu button here. We have the touchpad, and also clicks in like a button, so it's essentially a laptop trackpad. There is a trigger here, which is analog, and then clicks in towards the end. And then we have two buttons on the side here that are grip buttons. Those are used for like really secondary functions. This part up here at the top is where all the tracking sensor stuff is. So that's why it's this kind of weird shape. Every time there's a little indentation in there, that is where a tracking thing is. And then how this all keeps track of everything is these things up here. This is a base station called a lighthouse for the Steam implementation. So you can see those purple lights in there, those are infrared, and then it's also got a laser spinning around really quickly inside of it, and that's how it keeps track of your position in 3D space while you're using the headset. So I have two of them. I have one over there, and that covers pretty much my whole play area here. So that'll be how we do this. All right. Aperture. Yep, we got some Dankart up there. Got some Alundra Dankart, some Shenmue 2 Dankart, and I have some Ken Williams Dankart elsewhere around here. All right. Yeah, the setup is pretty good. It's this little pan over here. So we got all the console stuff there. We got the DOS PC. We got the 55-inch OLED. We got notes, stream stuff here, chat, widescreen monitor, 144 hertz monitor, 27-inch 4K, and then encoder PC, gaming PC. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right. So let's get going here. Once I stop dying here. Holy shit. All right. Okay, so the plan for tonight, by the way, to do some Moss and then some Hotel Dusk afterwards. One of the does it get hot in here? No, because I am right on the coast. I am a 5-minute walk from the ocean. So it is humid and cold and windy all the time. so not really. Okay. Oh yeah, another reason why I was going to do Moss is because there's one more thing I need to confirm about the VR setup before we get into Alex, and that is how long the battery life is on these. From what I remember, the battery life on these is not amazing. So I need to know if, like, I should plan my play sessions to be, like, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours? I don't know. If it's, like, 1 hour, then I'm gonna need to order some USB charging cords and plug them into my audio setup or to another battery bank, so that these will last for a decent amount of time. Because it's not like we can play the game if the controllers are dead, so shit. All right. Let's get going then, shall we? Alrighty. Oh, somehow this got... What the fuck? Oh my god. Alright, hold up. There we go. Okay, I was clicked into OBS for some reason. Oh yeah, I know why. Okay. I know why. Okay. Alright, so this will always be a pain in the ass with the old VR streaming. So let's strap in here. Okay. Alright. Okay. Great. Oh, my fucking cables are all bunched up. Great. Okay. Good. Get these. Okay. Launch. Okay, and then we can check if the stream. All right, I'm looking at the stream feed right now. Good. So we're seeing Unreal Engine. The FPS counter isn't working right now. So I'm going to turn that off real quick. All right. So we're seeing this properly. Yep, good. Okay. All right, so here's the... You can't see what I'm seeing right now, but I actually have proper video camera feed. So do we have the timer running? We do not. Okay. All right. So the timer is this one. I'm gonna hit the big data button. Okay. Shit. I hit the button twice. Shit. Okay. All right. We'll just do this. Okay. Okay. Yep. You are inside my eye right now. All right. So here we go. Here's Moss. Okay. So we got these ball things here. I'm assuming we're getting game audio. Let me take a look at the old mixer here. Well, I guess it's not gonna it's not gonna appear in the game's pods. Okay, I'm assuming we're getting game audio though. Let's do it. All right, thanks, Boix. Thanks for the confirmation. Okay.
Your time has come at last, dear reader. While we began this tale long ago, we hope it is yours to finish. But this story is not yours alone. No, it is tied to another. And the journey you take together could change the fate of both our worlds. Shall we begin?
Sure.
They called it the Cinder Night. What came from those dark, starless skies would change the world of Moss forever.
We got a furry game, boys.
That had settled across the land was broken by an unconquerable nightmare. And that night, the animals nearly met their end.
All right.
First, they killed the king. A winged creature broke from the shadows and plucked him from his royal bedchamber high atop the tallest tower.
Is this a...
Next, the serpent Sarfog and the armies of the Arcane tore up from the underworld. They ravaged the castle in search of that which gave the king power beyond understanding. One of the fabled glass relics.
Okay.
The King's Guard fought bravely, but the castle soon pulsed with the Arcane's evil. Every room was gutted, every statue, tapestry, and adornment hexed. But the glass was never found. Even the reclusive sprites set aside their differences on that fated night. They sent a great champion, empowered by their own glass relic, to challenge the serpent and its steel army.
I really hope I don't have to play the whole game like this. My neck is gonna be killing me.
Meanwhile, Sir Argus, commander of the King's Guard, led the survivors west through a temple long abandoned by their ancestors and far away from their newly risen enemies. It was an arduous escape. Finally, after passage beneath the impassable mire, they found refuge in a clearing hidden safely in the trees.
All right.
Argus charged back to join the Sprite champion at the mire's edge. Together, they fought back the Arcane and sealed the temple passage that led to the clearing.
Are these beetles?
But the
They're
champion was
crabs.
gravely injured. Clutching his glass, he retreated deep into the forest where he drew his last breath. A large tree grew upon him. It stood many years in watchful duty, safeguarding the glass and awaiting its next hero.
Yeah, this is a lot of lore. Alright, oh geez, okay. Oh, okay.
That hero, albeit an unlikely one, did arrive at a time she'd be needed most.
Is it the butterfly? Oh.
Quill was out adventuring beyond the edge of the clearing. Dusk was creeping in, but she wondered what she might find if she went just a little farther.
Okay. A button. Oh. Fuck off, bird. This is neat. This is like a little diorama. Okay, so... Oh. And yeah, like I figured, I had to play the whole game craning my neck down.
She was not exactly sure what she roused, but she felt no danger from the being silently peering down at her.
So we're... Oh, God.
Quill had to hurry. The village gates would soon close, and night would follow.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So with the left controller here and the touchpad, I can control mouse, and then with the right stick. Okay. Shit, I could play this with the regular controller. I don't. All right. Okay. And then this is... What does this want me to do? What? Okay, so with the right controller... Oh, okay, it's right on the... Got it. So it's like hitting right on the right analog stick. Okay. Oh man. All right, so we got... Yeah, so it's totally a platformer, but you are the camera. And then... Oh man, all right. We are the ghost in the machine, I guess. Okay, so we got... So we can go in there, and then that goes over there. This we can... Sure. Hey, Steel. Yeah, VR furry Zeldo. All right, I'm not sure what's the point of this over here.
Night, her uncle often warned, was when danger was most present. But Quill preferred the stories of the magical creatures that woke to protect the forest.
Okay, and jump down here. And then... This is so weird. Hey, Ivy. Forgotten Pieces. Alright. We got an achievement for playing the game for 3 minutes. Sure. Or 9 minutes. Where are we? Oh. Okay. If there's subtitles, let's see. Subtitles, there we go. Yes. Oh, not French. Graphic quality low. I could... Okay, there we go. Sure. Next game area loads. Good. Okay. Okay, looks like it auto-saves. Okay. Yeah, eat shit cart. There you go. Okay, looks like... So it's just left and right. Oh man, this is... They let you dodge. Okay. No problem. I actually didn't even know there was an options menu in this. Yeah, more lore. I get the next question is where are the subtitles going to be, and how that even works. Okay, so it looks like all of that is being stored in Rat Thing's backpack. I guess that's... Oh, geez. A new achievement. I am not scared. Okay. Yep. Well, we got to get to a part where there's subtitles in the first place, I guess. Alright, can't attack. Achievement unlocked, the clearing. They're just giving out achievements like candy in this game. Not that anybody really should give a shit about Steam achievements, but this game's got plenty, it seems. Can I interact with... Oh god, there's us again. This is so fucking creepy. And we can... Love it. Hey, Federal. Okay. Can we... Called Big Fella. Well, it could be worse. Nice. Oh, you can. Oh, geez. Oh, I'm supposed to jump on there. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. And then... Oh, geez. Suddenly anime in my right filling my right vision. Alright, so we got a scroll over here. Okay, so I need to get up there. I'm assuming, okay. Yep, alright. And then, oh, I can probably make this, yep. Okay,
Thanks to her new friend, Quill had saved priceless grains from the hourglass.
Sure. Alright, can probably just fall right down here. Alright, do some Zeldo grass cutting. This is practically Zeldo. Jeez. I put my...
She raced to the door of the cottage she shared with her uncle, hoping once he saw her discovery, he'd lose himself in tales of its legend.
Alright. VR boys. Alright. Okay.
Uncle Argus was watching the evening light dim when Quill burst through the front door of their cottage. Uncle! Uncle, there's something you have to see! Out past the bell again, he scolded. Quill, I've told you countless times. I know, Quill replied, crestfallen. I didn't mean to worry you, but I found something strange and magical.
Okay. What VR game I've enjoyed the most? The lab.
His hands trembled as she showed him the glass. What is it? She asked. A look of panic spilled over her uncle's stoic exterior. Where did you find this? Roared Uncle Argus. Quill had never seen her uncle so shaken.
Or lore.
Just west of the clearing, she explained. And as soon as I picked it up, something started helping me. Uncle Argus followed her motion. A reader? With you, here, right now? Quill, what you found is very powerful and very dangerous, he said with great concern. If I could take this burden from you, I would. But this reader has chosen. Even with the moon full and bright, I must go right away. Quill pressed. Where are you going? I can help. We can help. No, he snapped. They'll find you and tear you apart. I have to go alone. It is for your own safety and for everyone here in the clearing. His long, heartfelt hug told her he was heading for danger. I'll be back before midnight. Until I return, I need your word you will not leave the clearing with that glass. Promise me, Quill.
Oh, we don't get to ride the squirrel.
She said reluctantly, wondering where her uncle was going so deep into the night.
Oh. That actually gets bright enough to hurt my eyes. Like, I can feel my eyes bugging out a little bit. Okay. Hey. Hey. Oh.
Hey, kid! Kid! Wake up!
Great. We got
Hey, kid, over here!
Hey, listen!
I know where your uncle went. I can show you. You're twofold now. Very important. Bring that glass, and your sidekick too. We're going to need them.
Yeah, puppet show or like a diorama. Like this should be like pop up. This would be cool in like a Paper Mario kind of game.
Quill called out. Hey! Starthing, wait!
First, I have to stab everything in here. There's a flag with the squirrel on it. Nice. Okay, we got whatever that is. Any comic book stuff? Not that I know
Quill
of.
had never met a Starthing. In campfire stories, they often meddled in the lives of mortals. And when they appeared, mischief followed.
Anything over here? Oh, yeah, can't go that way. All right, we gotta follow Navi. But first, fuck that thing. Fuck this thing. Yeah.
Passage through the eastern gate was strictly forbidden. But despite her promise, Quill knew in her heart that Uncle Argus needed her.
Yeah, I'm sure Navi's looking out for our best interests here. Absolutely. Alright, these things stabbed. Important stabbing business to do here. Yeah, I haven't tried a whole lot of VR stuff for this, despite having this
Quill
headset for
demanded
like
answers.
well over a year.
Starthing, you can't just barge in here with your riddles. Where is he? What do you know?
Mostly because I just didn't want to pay for any VR stuff. And then the Humble Bundle VR bundle came along recently. So I bought that and then got a whole bunch of games with it.
The trouble your uncle's heading for is the kind only you and that silent giant up there can get him out of.
Okay. What's this? Push this in. Great. Alright, hold up. I gotta move this stuff out of the way. Okay. Okay. Back. Oh shit. Alright. You cannot stab these, I guess. Okay.
This way, kid, urged the Starthing. And don't forget to tuck your ears in.
What? Why? Oh, it's a portal? Oh. Oh. Eh? All right. Okay. Achievement unlock the impassable mire. Sure. Alright, can still see our creepy reflection down in there. There must be an achievement for breaking every stick in the game, so I'm gonna do it. I should also point out, I really appreciate in this game that they don't move the camera in this. That is like the one most nauseating thing, is the camera moving without the player's input. And I'm glad they stuck with the stationary camera here and fading to black on camera changes. Uh-oh. Is this the first boss? Oh. Okay, alright. Our first use of that. Okay. Great. Yep, I brutally murdered our Disney character here. I can probably just do this. Alright. Yeah. Alright, we got whatever this is over here. Oh, there's a squirrel. There's a bunch of swords. Okay. Sure. Oh, we got more sticks to break over here. Alright. This is priority 1. Fuck those up. On this grass, get it? Okay, we got another stick over there. Another one up there. Alright, very important. Okay, so let's go for this, I guess. It's really easy to judge jumps in this in VR. Okay. Like there's 0 depth perception problems in this. Okay, anything cool over here? Nope. Any sticks to break in there? Don't see any.
Just on the other side is the mire, the Starling assured her. There's a good chance your uncle's still there.
Yeah. Oh, you had trouble with the Vive controls? Huh. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Did you hear that? The Starling seemed anxious. I've ruffled enough leaves in these parts. I can't be seen with you. I'll catch up with you later. Just don't go and die on me.
Nope. Okay. This is really neat storytelling. Yeah, we got... Alright, we got some stank over here, I guess. Sure. I don't see any sticks to break. Oh, sick, this is a sword. Okay. There's us in there. This is really neat. Like, I thought this would just be a gimmick, but this is legit really cool. Oh, okay, so that's that. Okay. Achievement unlocked, thank you. Okay, so this is where they teach you about health mechanics, I guess? Okay. Alright. What we got under here? Nothing much. I don't see any scrolls hidden around anywhere. Maybe behind there? No? Okay, so there's a door over here. This is interactive. Okay. I appreciate this, that you can see your character through walls like that. Okay. Nope, shit. Okay, I don't know if health is infinite or what. Like maybe there's a meter on the backpack or something. Alright, this. Are you... What? Huh? So music would have been nice in this game. Drake. Yep, this is Uncharted Furry Edition. Is there something else to interact with here? Oh, it's... Oh, I didn't even see that back there. Okay. Alright, surely there's something over here. Otherwise, why give the option? Okay, I guess not. Alright, get up there, rat. Okay. Okay. This looks like the combat tutorial, if I've ever played enough video games to know what this is. Nothing back there. Yep. Oh. Okay. Interesting. So I have to use the trigger to hold on to bug things front. And then have Furry Zeldo here get him from behind. Or I could just go ham here like that. I guess that probably works too. Alright, the first trial. Well done, Furry Zeldo.
A whisper echoed through the trees. Fought like someone who has stolen our champion's power.
Oh god. Ow. Oh, fade to black instead, please.
A small, yet fantastical band of sprites emerged, surrounding Quill. I'm Veda, Root Seer of the Mire, and you have crossed into our domain.
Okay, so he's riding a frog, it looks like. Sure. Yeah, Vader. Don't get Disney on the phone.
She sized up Quill with a rueful gaze, then turned her attention upward. I sense you there too. I have not felt the presence of such a promising reader in some time. A youthful warrior marched forward. Rootseer, I'm prepared to honor our great champion's legacy. Rodent, give us our glass.
Okay. Sure. These are insects, I guess.
Quill stepped closer. Where is my uncle? If you've hurt him... Silence! Veda thundered back. It was Argus who summoned us here, and now I see why. Young one, I'm afraid the trees hum of attack. Your uncle's been taken to the castle of your ancestors. Quill's knees buckled as Veda continued. Argus put himself at great risk calling for us.
All right.
Your uncle once took a solemn oath to protect the glass of your fallen king. He is the only one left who knows where it's been hidden. The Arcane have long sought to wrest that knowledge from him. And you dare to cross into the mire with our glass? Sarfog will soon burn through this forest looking to tear you and your reader apart. Unless, of course, you find them first.
Okay. Yep, that's definitely a toad. All right. So, Argus is the big bad,
Take these.
I guess.
Weapons made for the mighty champion who died so that your people could live. Quill felt its otherworldly power course through her. Find your uncle twofold, before the serpent and its masters break him. The warrior fumed. Our glass with her? Rootseer! She's minuscule! Come now. The reader has chosen its hero. We must let their story unfold. Veda replied with a frost of finality, and vanished into the shadows of the mire.
Okay. So we... All right. Sure. Oh, God. Ow. Alright, so we're back in the forest again. We got this cool summoning circle. Let's summon Cthulhu here. Rat Cthulhu. Can we drown in this? Oh, okay. Alright, so we have a different sword now. I can... Oh. Right. Get little head pats. Bonk, 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 bonk. Hey. Good night. Good night. Oh, okay. Sure. Yes, you can, is the answer. Alright, anything over here? Yeah, you can pat the rat thing. Oh. All right. This sure looks like a puzzle to me. Okay. Okay. Hey, Jerry. I'm assuming that's Jerry. Oh, alright. They really make you reach forward in this game. Alright. Okay.
It was Quill's favorite story. How Sir Argus fought beside the Sprite Champion to seal this temple from the arcane and secured the survival of their kinds. Simply standing in their heroic footsteps felt like a great honor.
All right. Yep, it'll be a great honor to do that and get whatever that is. This looks like a great place to hide a secret. I don't see any around here though. This is neat that it requires actual achievement unlocked the Meyer Temple. Okay. Like actual perception in this game. Oh, there it is. There it is. All right. Okay, got whatever that is. And if you don't do this, you're never gonna see that. Okay. Alright, got more pots over here. So down to here, here, here. Break the stick. Move this. Okay, those are moths or bees up there at the top. So, good thing I'm not like, what is it? Anacrophobic? Otherwise, probably gonna have a bad time with this one. Hey, here's a giant VR spider right in your face. Have fun. In our cute little rodent action game. Can I move this? Alright, I can move that only that way. It looks like there's something back there. Right. Looks like this needs to go up here. Huh. Oh, research ideas. Oh, God. For VR spiders. Well, if you ever need to get a VR headset for research purposes, first generation HTC Vives like this and the Oculus Rifts are actually appearing in thrift stores now. Like Shop Goodwill had a few VR headsets in stock, and they're going for like $50. Okay, this is how you do it. And I don't recommend getting the Android-based ones because some of them have Google account locking on them. So you might end up paying whatever for them. Like I paid close to $100 for all the stupid ass Android stuff that I bought, and then it turns out it's a brick. All right, so we got a thing over there. We got a little Coliseum, obviously. All right, so it looks like I can get to that from over here. And I have to do this first, I guess. I know that there's been research into VR as like a PTSD, a way to alleviate PTSD by kind of putting you in situations that would trigger it, but then like ease you into it, I guess. I remember seeing some study about that. Hey, Gander. Good to see you too. Welcome. All right, I'll go over the controls again here, by the way, since we're getting people rolling in. So I'm controlling this thing with the left touchpad on the left controller by moving my finger on this laptop touchpad type thing and pressing in. And then pressing in on the right touchpad will swing, and then the right side of the touchpad will jump. And then the triggers will interact with things like that. And then that's how you interact in this game. Where is it made from? I mean, like, what nationality the developers were? Well, moss is in English, moss is a type of vegetation. And I assume that's what, can I spin it? I can spin it. Ah, haha. Okay. And there's been no mention of moss, I don't think, in this game. I think the furry Zeldo here has a different name that I keep forgetting. Yeah, I don't know where the developer's from. I have no idea. All I know about the developer is that I haven't heard of them before. So they're likely a new outfit that hasn't released much that I'm aware of. But so far this is really really highly polished. Okay, so it looks like I can jump from here down to here to get that scroll in there. I'm still unclear what the scrolls are even for. I think it's just secret stuff. Alright, there's our exit. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright. Boop. Okay. So it looks like I need to... Alright. Good thing I just played Portal. Otherwise, I never would have figured this out. Oh, what was that? Something's up there. Scurrying around. Okay. How do I get up there? Oh, here. Okay. Oh, fuck's... Alright. This time, get on up there. Okay. Alright, so that's gonna do something with that, so I'll leave that alone for now. Actually, no, I'll... Okay. Huh. So I probably have to have the enemy follow me onto that plate, and then give him a little pinchy pinch right here. Alright, can I lead it around like this? Alright, so I can grab and lead the enemy around. Okay. Alright, that's neat. Okay. Alright, so we got one up there. We're not in any immediate danger. Okay. So we got some spikes up there. Okay. I don't see... So that back there might be a scroll. Oh, no, there's a scroll. Scroll is right up there on that top edge. So it looks like I need to go behind there and then go up there to get to the scroll. Okay, so we got a little opener thing down there. And so to get to there, I need to I don't think I can jump in there. Nope. Okay. Alright. What does this do? Okay. Oh, okay, that stops the elevator. Okay. Alright, keep that there. Tools of the enemy. Okay. Alright. I gotta pause this for a minute here. Okay. Alright. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute here. Yeah, that is a pretty great view. Amazing. Right through the floor. Oh, they're from Seattle? Okay. Interesting. All right, let's switch over the camera here and we can we can look through the floor. All right, so here's the bottom of the world in Moss. So if we bring the camera up here, yep, there's yep, this is welcome to VR, boys. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, this is nice that one stays there. Okay. But how am I gonna... Oh, okay. This brings us over here. Oh. Okay. Oh, shit. Keep falling in there. Alright, this looks like something I can grab onto or just jump. Or... So they do call out... Oh, God. They do call out with, like, the goop on the ledges that you can... Or maybe that's scratch marks. On the ledges that you could do things with. What did that do? Oh, this. Okay. And then it also turned on the smooth jazz. Alright. Come over here. Alright, so we want to go get that secret up there. Oh shit! Oh shit! Alright, you'll be okay, rat buddy. Okay. Get up there! Get up there! What the fuck? All right, get in there. Okay. Now what? There another? Okay. Hey. Okay. All right. All that for that. Great. And then I guess I gotta go over there? Actually complete the area? Alright. Okay, we don't want to get hit by those. So let's not. are you shitting me? Okay. Alright, let's... Why is the door open now? What? Is it... Oh, okay, alright. Alright, I have a feeling... Oh, you can only do one at a time. Interesting. Okay, and that closed the door. So I need to pull one of these off of there to get the door to open again. Oh, no. Oh, the health is on the... Okay, that's the health indicator. Okay. Get up there, rat thing. Oh, fuck. Okay. Alright. Can I... Oh, I can... Yep, that... Look at that collision. Ugh. Alright. Okay. And then if I pull this one off of there, like so, oh, okay. Alright. I assume I already got that. Yep. Okay. GG. That's the final boss. Alright. We got pots to break over here. Okay, there's a door back there. Where that goes, I have no idea. Oh, this is the very first part of the... Oh, it points toward the exit. Okay, this is the very beginning of this this area. Okay. Oh, jeez. Huh. Okay. All right, well, let's start by bringing you onto there, and then okay, there's a button in there, and oh god, okay. Yep, this is... Yep, that's, uh-huh. VR boys. God, that's such a weird sensation. Okay. Alright. Okay, is there anything cool over here? Okay. Whoa. Alright. Okay, nothing over there. Oh, I hear something. Something's doing something. Okay, so... And those don't close. So what's the... Do I need to spawn another one or something? Over here? Not sure what this accomplishes. Oh, okay. Well, rat thing. Okay. Can I just jump down here? Well, what? Okay, so what did this... Oh. I was thinking, like, what can I even do here? That's what I can. Okay. Alright, we got pots to break first. Very important business. Okay, there's an achievement. Sure. And there's no, Is there anything on top of here? Like, over here? No. Okay. Nothing over there. Alright. Onward. Okay. So we got some sconces, I guess is what those are. Over there. Can I can. Okay. Can I pick him up? Can rat thing pick him up? Can rat thing burn itself? No? Okay. So these are gerbil knights, I guess? I don't think they're squirrels, because they don't got the big old squirrel booty. This must be a hub world, I guess? Sure. Well, what's over here? Is this like... Is this furry Dark Souls? This is where you sacrifice the humanity, your furmanity, to summon the Sun King. A sacred oath. Oh, okay. Anything on these murals that, don't see anything that looks important. We got... Oh. Not really. Okay. Guess we can't do anything in this room for a while. So that gate is still up. And there's down there. I think I want to explore down there before going in that portal. Okay. Alright, what is this? Okay. And this... Interesting. I don't see... Oh, there's a scroll back there. And it doesn't look like I can come back from here. Maybe this is how you get up to that, that lever. To... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What? Can you not? Oh, God. Oh, God. Giant enemy crabs. Okay, let's take out this one. Alright, assuming they don't respawn. Oh, good. Alright, pull you this way and give you the business. Fuck! Oh, they do respawn. Great. Shit. Oh, come on. Yep, I'm going for their weak points. Massive game. Oh. Okay. Alright, now what? Like here, 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 and then up there, but I couldn't quite make that jump. Maybe I have to go to here. Fuck! Alright, walked right into that one. Are you shitting me? Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. This requires... Okay, maybe I can... Maybe they do stop respawning. Because the one on the right stopped respawning. Okay, they do stop respawning, looks like. Get in there. Shit. All right, get up there. Okay. Okay. All right, now I can go get that. Fuck's sake. You're probably actually supposed to lower that a little bit to make this jump. Oh, or raise it up? I didn't realize you could raise it up. Well, that makes this a little bit easier. Okay. All right. Okay. This is reminding me a whole lot of Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. This bit here. All right, so we got 3 spinny magic things in here. At the door. Okay, so this we can just spin in place. Here, let's put that there. Okay. Probably have to do this. Oh, and that gives us giant enemy crab. Yep. Alright, come here. Maybe you're supposed to... Supposed to aggro it, maybe? And then... Then have it shoot that? Ah, okay, so you can click in on the button to have it shoot in the direction you're facing. And it's just kind of doing what it wants. Hey, shoot over here. Nope, I want you to shoot that way. Shoot this thing. Shoot that thing. Why are you shooting over there? Shoot that way. What the fuck? Okay, maybe I gotta hang out over here and then have it aggro. Why is it shooting there? What the fuck? Oh, okay. It was because I was tapping on the right side of the... I see. So you use the right touchpad to... You just hold down on the right touchpad or just lightly tap on it. Okay. Alright. I figured out this mechanic now. Okay. Alright, so I thought it was just press in on the right touchpad to shoot, but it's just lightly touch the touchpad. So I'm touching the right side, I'm touching the bottom side, the top side. So it's like a twin stick shooter, except you're not pressing in on the touchpad. Okay. Alright, now we gotta go give this thing the business. Alright, that was unnecessarily difficult. Okay. I don't know if this is a secret? What is this? Hey. Achievement unlocked. Battle for control. Sure. So, sure. Oh, this must be the way out for that, I guess. I don't know. All right. So similar mechanic. So we got a button presser here. We got a that. Okay. Alright, there's our secret up there. And I keep accidentally pressing in on... Okay. Move back again here in the play area. Okay. Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna hit those. So what does this do? Okay. And then can I... Alright, come here. Come here. I can't... Okay, I can't put it on the lift. Interesting. Well then, what the hell's the point of this thing? Can I... So there must be a spawn for the other kind of bug here. So I can't climb that. I can't get up there easily. Can't climb that. This is it for what's in the room. So why can't I... Alright, come here. Can I... What the hell? Maybe that has to be in the down position? But then, I'm still not sure what this would even accomplish, either. Because I don't have a ranged attack. So... Alright, maybe once I defeat this one, it spawns a shooty boy. Did I sequence break or something? Am I supposed to have a ranged weapon at this time? What the fuck? Or I can... Oh, okay. I think I see it. I haven't been thinking with portals here. Okay. Well... Okay, my thinking was I could jump from here to here and then up to there, but that's clearly not gonna work. So... Is there... Can I... Well, I can't move this up or down anymore. And this doesn't... That doesn't accomplish anything. Is there anything behind this thing? No? So this is just a regular ass ledge here, and it wouldn't let me climb on that. Alright, anybody got any ideas? Because I am... like, I am stumped here. What the hell? Alright, nothing over here. Oh, that's my table. My table's over there. Huh. Like... The crab thing that was over here... A foot zoomed in. Yeah, there's not much I can do about that either. Like, if I move in like this, that's actually roughly the same FOV that I'm getting. Yeah, I'm baffled as to the purpose of these and why this one is spinning around. Maybe that's because it's activated. Oh, there's a staircase back there. Shit. Okay. All right, I figured it out. So I guess when we defeated that the bug, it opened up the staircase. Okay, I thought that was the exit, and that... Okay, and then this probably opens up a shooty boy spawn. Alright, figured it out. Yep, and there's gonna be our shooty boy. Yep, okay. Jump for some reason. Okay. So then if I shoot that, that's still not high enough. I can do it again. No? So I still can't quite get up there. Okay, if I move this over here. Huh. So... I guess I have to hit that with Rat Thing. I guess. Okay. And then... Okay, sure. What? Huh? So... Okay, so I need to be up there by the time... Okay, so I need to lower these again. I need to get on this. Okay. Oh. Okay. Have shooty boy. Shoot that thing. Wait, this still doesn't work. Because then now I can't get to that. So I have to be on there. Man. Me and puzzle games, huh? Okay. Bring those up like that. I'm not sure how I get to the scroll now. I guess I'm not getting that scroll because my brain hurts too much trying to even do that. Okay. Alright, we got lots of pots to break. And now this looks like a Diablo 3 area. Hey. Alright, what is our prize? Do. Okay. We got a sheriff's badge. We are now the law. Okay. Well done, rat. Now we got cursor trails, I guess. Okay. Sure. We got a badge. I'm assuming that means we get a gun then. And maybe this changes what that does then? Like maybe I can pull these onto here now? No? Or I do extra damage to... No? Okay. Yeah, I'm still unsure as to how I'm supposed to. So I can't like interact with these now. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell this is. Sure? Alright, whatever. I don't think I can get up there. Alright, how far are we in here? Alright, hour and a half in. So far, no real nausea to report from this. But, it is, like, pressing in on my face a lot more than I thought it would. And it's applying a lot of pressure around my eyeballs. But I'm not sure there's a whole lot I can do about that. Also, it looks like I'm stuck here. This is a problem. I don't think I can, like, climb this or anything. Okay. Alright, so I needed to have gotten to that, Huh. Maybe if I use the pinch controller? Maybe? No? Down or up on the... Oh. So really, the only thing I got from this is a trail. And this... and the law floating around inside. I guess I beat that in 2 hits, so maybe that's... maybe that's a thing. Oh, I can... I just noticed this. Alright. There we go. Okay. This is probably the way out. That was actually kind of hard to notice there. Okay, so we're... Ah, alright. Good. So now I bet I can deposit this into that door. Okay. Oh. Alright. An arcane key. Okay. So there was also that portal that I made back there. I should probably go check that out before we go into there. Because there is this over here that I made a while back, and this might be like an earlier level or something? What the hell is this?
Quill hoped this was a shortcut to the castle. What she found was a strange and vibrant place shrouded in perpetual twilight. But something about it was oddly familiar.
Alright. Okay. Sure. Am I... It's putting me back over there. Oh, okay. Alright, there's us again. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, I didn't notice these. Alright. Well, that... Alright. Okay.
We're infested. A grumble echoed from the cave.
Big mood.
And why would I do that? It croaked loudly, annoyed at either nothing or something. You in there! Declared Quill boldly. Where are we? I'm looking for the fastest way to the castle.
Oh, geez.
Quill recognized the toad as Veda's steed from the mire. Seemingly oblivious to Quill, he continued. Fine. I'll open the route. Give them your fancy test. But you're only digging yourself a deeper grave with roots Seer Veda.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, get fucked. Alright. Alright, don't mind me, Toad. Just gonna stab everything. We got a portal back there. I don't see any scrolls around here. Oh, there's... Oh. Okay, there might be one up here. Hedge Knight. Alright, we got it. Didn't even know there's an achievement for that, but obviously there's going to be an achievement for that. Okay, this is magic. Magic roots. Okay. Frame rate's a little lower in this area.
I'm missing my afternoon nap, huffed the toad. They're not even going in.
Well, hey, I got grass to cut, Toad. All right. So I don't know if this is an optional dungeon or what.
If Veda knew I led you here, she'd burn my roots from existence. A voice rose from the soil, gently shaking the branches. But I need to know you can handle the perils of the castle.
The hell? Okay. All right. Okay. This is neat. Alright, what we got here? So we got a switch over there. We got 3 switches here. Alright, are these timed? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Alright, and this tilts very slightly. Oh, geez. Alright. Okay. Then the last one is down here, behind this little cliff. Okay. And then, get over there. Okay. And then, yep. All right. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. All right. Oh boy. I can't wait till I have to, like, hide behind cover in Half-Life Alyx. I'm gonna put my back out. Playing a VR game. Alright. Okay. So, we got 2 switches. We got an exit that's already open. Okay. We got these look interactive, or should be. There's something. Okay, I probably have to hold the switches to get them to be interactive, or stand on them, maybe. No? Okay. Thorn in our side. Okay. Okay, so I can't leave those in place, it looks like. And I can't get to those switches up there. Hi. So I guess I'm going that way. Okay. All right. So there's a treasure chest in there for something. And how we even get to that, I'm not sure. Because the best I can do is get up here. And I guess drop down to here, but maybe something happens when I get up there. Sure. Okay. All right. Do 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 do. Champion's clothes.
No animal has ever crossed into a sprite's heartwood. The words radiated from the leaves. You must prove I've not erred in giving you the glass relic.
Okay. So we got a little breastplate now with the shoulders. All right. Neat. It's not gonna let me. All right, you cannot pet the rat while it's in aggro mode. Oh, geez. Okay. Oh, geez. All right. Okay. Okay. and I can... Sure. So there's something back here. Okay. Looks like I can maybe safely jump over here. Okay, well, safe enough. Okay. Gotta heal up our rat buddy. Okay. Alright, so now what? What the hell's the point of this? Like, it's not letting me do much at this. Huh. So maybe if I'm able to get over here, I can... Anything over here? Okay. But... to what end here? Maybe I have to go back another screen to the left to get up to that upper path. And there should be spooky green ghost things up here now? Yeah, okay. Great. Okay. So I don't know. This game sure feels a whole lot like it could have been a traditional platformer on non-VR, but they just made it VR for reasons. Not to say this isn't bad or anything, but there's not a whole lot of VR-ness to this. Oh, okay. So I guess maybe I gotta get to the center again and do the... Oh. Okay. Gotta do this and then... So this doesn't let me... So it sure looks like I'm supposed to get these onto here and then... Oh. I see. Okay.
good start, but we'll have more work to do if Veda is ever going to accept you as her champion. I'll summon you again when you're ready.
Sure. Oh, jeez. Ow.
Quill and the Reader were reunited with the Toad of cantankerous disposition. One test. Small flies, if you ask me. I doubt they'll even find the second portal back.
Okay. Alright, so back in the portal. I wonder if this is even required. Or if this is just, hey, you got more armor to survive better. Okay. I have a feeling it isn't. But hey, it's more gameplay, I guess. Where are we? Okay. Our armor is blue now? Yes, right? Super early VR title? Yeah, kind of. It was one of the first like PSVR titles, but that was at least a year into VR being a thing. Eh. Oh, I'm probably supposed... Okay. I think I see what I need to do here. Up to here. Onto the circular platform. Then it looks like I can... Oh. All the ledges that look like they have bird crap on it. Alright. Come at me. Oh. I'm wondering if I have to use the shooty boys to shoot something around here, but I don't see anything That would make sense to do that with. It sure looks like I can just do that and then they disappear eventually. Okay. So it looks like that's you can cheese out the shooty boys. I need to fight this one over here, because I gotta ride this up to the top of the platform and hit that button again, I'm guessing. What? How did it? Okay. Maybe it's random? Okay, alright. This worked out. Oh, shit. Dang it. Okay, so I'm not sure if there's any indicators for which direction those are going to come out from. Keep moving. All right. Okay. There should be another one spawning. Alright. Please be this one. Okay, good. Okay. Alright, I'll do the one on the right this time. And hopefully that's gonna be the correct one. Shit. And please be the one on the right, please. Oh. All right, please be the one on the right. Oh, or it's just over? Okay. Whew. Okay.
Quill felt a swell of pride as she approached the Cavern River. Its guiding banks once led her people to safety after the Cinder Night. Now, all these years later, she would follow it back.
Okay. Oh, geez. It's me again. Oh, okay. Ugh. Okay, here's the castle. And I am... okay. Nice. The VR experience. Okay. That is... yep, that's statues. Ow. Alright, story time.
Quill's muscles ached, and her eyes grew heavy. She decided it best to set up camp and rest before journeying on to the castle.
Hey, kid. Good. You're alive.
The starling spoke as it circled the campfire.
Oh yeah, that thing. I remember that thing.
Quill gasped in shock as the starling unveiled monstrous wings and curled horns. It descended, talons gleaming.
What?
Oh, dear. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not scared, Quill replied. I just didn't know starlings were feathered.
This starving thing's gotta go, kid. The name's Adurin.
Okay. It's a harpy?
No. We aren't feathered. Only me. I'm working on it. Let's just say choosing the wrong friends comes with a price. But you seem like a good friend to have.
Thanks, I think. Quill readied her meal and paused to take in the strange winged creature who now called her friend.
Sure.
As a field of stars bloomed over the sky, their campfire conversations deepened. He's all I have. If I lose him, I don't know what I'll do, confided Quill. Adurin looked down at his wings.
If I help you find him, can you help me?
If we can, we will, Starling. I mean, Adurin.
Okay.
Although Quill was far from the safety and comfort of her nook in the cottage, her exhaustion led her into a deep sleep.
Hey, Ghostface. A lot of folks have been waiting for a reader like you to return. I know I have. I'm going to scout the castle up ahead. Keep her safe, okay? For both our sakes.
Sure. Ouch. Oh, man. Okay. Alright, how far are we in? 2 hours, 10 minutes? Okay. I think this might be a good place to stop this for tonight. We're probably like halfway through. Alright. That. Shoot. Oh, no, don't load. This is the save menu. That's what? Oh, oh God. Okay. It just popped up the Steam controllers and it has the floating controller list in front of me. There's a screenshot mode apparently. Recenter. Okay, you can long press on the menu button to reset the camera. Sure. Jump, evade, attack, interact, aim, possessed enemy. Oh, okay. All right. If only I had known that before. All right, hold up. Revisit, replay completed sections of the game. Previously made progress. Collected relic dust and forgotten fragments. Okay. Clearing, leaving home. Alright, so we're on like... This is chapter 4, I guess, of this one. And our equipment, swap between acquired armor and weapons? Really? Okay, so if we wanted to go back to our old sword, we can. Okay. Alright, neat. Sure. Okay. Alright, well. Get ready for... oh God. Oh jeez. Oh no, we can see inside its eyeballs. Oh God. The beauty and majesty of virtual reality. Okay. Just imagine the stupid shit we're gonna do in Alex. Alright, stop the timer there. Okay. Oh boy. VR games. Oh man, that actually hurts right along there. Like I don't... Let's see if we can like, yeah, there's totally a line. Yeah, and there's right along there. Yep. Glamorous virtual reality gaming, huh? Oh. Okay. Yep, the VR line. Oh baby. Okay. All right, so I gotta get set up here for Hotel Dusk. It's 12:30. I might be able to beat Hotel Dusk tonight. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. I need to shut down. Moss here. Menu, exit VR. There we go. Okay. All right. But yeah, that worked great with the chat on screen. So far now the biggest problem is just discomfort from the visor sitting on my face, but not a whole hell of a lot I can do about that, you know? Okay. All right, so I'm gonna step away for a few minutes here, and I gotta get the 3DS set up anyways. So I'll be back for some Hotel Dusk Room 215. Stay tuned. Alright, so I gotta set up a whole bunch of stuff here for this one. Let me get this switched over though. Alright, so I gotta change my TV resolution back to 4K. I have to launch OBS on this machine. I need to unplug my VR headset. I need to plug back in my 4K monitor and turn it back on. This is like... It is such a pain in the ass trying to get the setups changed around here for all the weird consoles that I'm capturing. Alright, 3DS capture mode, good. I have to open the 3DS capture program. This one, make sure it actually opened. Yep, capture device not found, but that's okay because I didn't plug it in yet. Okay. Remember this was a PSX stream? Yeah. Well, I always streamed other things besides just PlayStation. Okay. Alright. F4 for that. Make sure output is correct. LGTV, yep. Alright. So, previously, on Hotel Dusk, I honestly can't remember. We put together a Christmas tree. We found out that old lady's son is the writer who wrote Creepy Author Guy's book. Yeah, we're gonna go bowling. Cousin, let's go bowling. And we're closing in on closing time, I guess. And that's about it. That's really all I remember about the old Hotel Dusk here. Okay, so let's get into it, shall we? Let's see, this one, and then I gotta hit this one. All right. Hotel Dank. Let's do it. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so we last played this on March 12th, which was over a week ago. So, yeah. Can't really blame me for not being able to remember what happened. Okay. All right, let me do one final thing here. All right, 11 to 12 p.m., Chapter 8. Still alive. Hotel Dank, room 215. Boom. Okay. All right. Okay. 11 o'clock. Oh, we are going bowling. Holy shit. All right. bowling is real business. Okay, so Iris is the Karen lady with the glasses on her head, and she knows the father of dumbass little girl, and they're involved with an art gallery in Santa Monica where a painting was stolen, and they're also tangentially related to Old Lady, I think. Yep, cousin Nico, let's go bowling. Okay, so we're looking for the envelope, I guess. So I guess we'll just wander around till plot happens. Yep, like this. Man, I haven't played GTA 4 since it came out. And that was a while ago. I thought it was pretty good, but not like amazing or anything. Yeah, the fake writer guy also knew the art gallery and also the painting and the artist. And for some reason, everybody in this traveling salesman office is in the office at 11 o'clock at night and still doing their thing. What they're doing, I'm not so sure, but they're all there. This seems highly unusual. Yeah, it's like the Rockstar games got a little too big for their own good, I guess. And like I played through Red Dead Redemption, the first one, not that long ago, and man, that game is really boring for long stretches of it. Yeah, Saints Row had a good balance of like, if you want a plot, you can have it. If you just want to go crazy immediately in the open world sandbox stuff, they also give you that option. It's kind of a slow build up in the Rockstar produced ones. And it runs into the pitfall of a lot of modern stuff of like, hey, this game gets really good 30 hours in. You just have to get there first. But Saints Row gets good 20 minutes in. Or depending on your taste, never gets good, I guess. Huh. Saints Row 2 had the right balance, in your opinion? Weird. I didn't like Saints Row 1 or 2. 3 is when it got pretty good for me, and then 4 was great. Like, it is certainly a little too over the top, but that's how I like it. Yeah, that's true, Hidden. Yeah. It's like it's a parody of all that other stuff and then of itself at some points, and eh. Oh yeah, Borderlands 2 and onwards, like, man. If there was an option to just turn off all the talking and plot entirely, I'd absolutely do that. I completely, my eyes glazed over there on that text box that just appeared. I think it said somebody's in the hallway with me, maybe? Because I was thinking about Saints Row. Okay, there's nobody out here. Maybe that meant somebody was going downstairs. Alright, I should probably pay attention for this. Oh, okay. There's Deadbeat Dad. This is probably... Okay, yeah, that's right. He was getting drunk in the bar with Karen. Okay. All right. And also we broke in or let ourselves into Dunning's room, the manager's room. And we found a photo of a young girl, I guess? I guess it's not in here, but we did see a photo of a young girl in Dunning's room. What is... Okay, I guess we're just wandering around again now. Huh. Okay, we're in my favorite part of this game, wandering around until something happens, I guess. Knocking on doors. Well, so it is 11 o'clock in the in-game time, so... there's not a huge chance of anybody being up and about. Alright, this is old lady's room. Okay. And then this is Ryder's room. I guess I'm going to the bar again. So the bar is probably the next likely place. That actually might be where Deadbeat Dad wandered back to. Our boy Louis is still here. What? Oh, we bowling. Okay. Yep, that's right. Wait, no. Time for bowling. Okay, so... our business is not here then. I'm assuming the restaurant is... oh, it is open, but... there's nobody in here. Okay. Great. Might as well check here, just in case. Sound in a room at the end of the hall on the upper floor. Okay. So that would be the linen closet then? Because I already checked the roof. Yeah, well, it's not this. Huh. I don't think anybody's even in this room. And I already went to Iris's room, so... I already checked these two rooms. This room is empty. Or it's supposed to be empty. Okay, well, I was originally gonna go over to Rosa's room. I think she's... maybe it's... There's been nothing involving this room yet. I'm under the assumption that just nobody's in that room, but I have a feeling that's either like the bowling room or it's an endgame room or something. Okay. Sure. There's nothing down there. We got Rosa's room. No. Okay. Storage. Alright, got this sick Christmas tree. And nothing else. Great. Oh, man. Alright, maybe something's new in the lobby. This is just the worst part of this game. That they make you do this for most of the game. Anything else new here? Okay, so the TV just straight up doesn't work outside of the hours posted. Sure. So where haven't we been then? I guess so I already went to the linen and laundry room. So I didn't go in like the electrical room. But the other room's back here. These are the only ones I haven't been in. Nothing Well, I already went back in Kyle's room, and I knocked on Iris's door, and nobody answered. So yeah, the 3D graphics are really good, especially for DS. Like they made the most out of what they had with this, because DS wasn't exactly a technical powerhouse. All right, for due diligence here. Oh. Okay, the one time in this whole game, he decides not to break into somebody's room. All right, due diligence. Check the pantry. Okay. All right. So I guess we're going back to the second floor then. So I already went in room 218. This is Angel's room. And we already went into the room across from there. This room, I think, is unoccupied. I guess I never checked the bathroom of my room. Okay, this one should also be unoccupied. And this one's got the painting off the wall for some reason. I'm sure for nefarious reasons. Alright, I guess we're knocking on Iris's door again. And she's not answering. Of course it's locked. Okay. Then... yeah, this is all the same. Okay. And then plot is not happening here. Maybe I'm supposed to call back the office? I'm not calling Rachel, so not that. Alright, anything new in here? Maybe okay. Maybe I have to check the boxes in the suitcase. Okay. Well, nothing in the box except the stuff in the box. Okay. And our suitcase. So we still have this red box. Maybe that's needed for something. Though that is contraband, but or I don't know, maybe it doesn't matter at this point in the game if we walk around with it. And then we have the fake 217 key. But I don't know. And then this client list. And a pencil. There's a pencil down there too. I don't think that's particularly needed. That too. That was taken from Dunning's office. Alright, well, I don't think Dunning is going to be shaking us down anymore now that we solved the mystery of the stolen cash. But I'm going to make a save here anyways, just in case. Sure. So, still wandering around aimlessly. Okay, maybe I'm supposed to go up on the roof and then actually walk around on the roof, and that causes an event to start. Perhaps that's it, and not just spin around in place like I was doing. No? Well, there's nothing over here. This door you can't go into. This is a one-way door. So I didn't go up here through the right doorway. Maybe that's something. I'm pretty sure I already went in both of these. You're supposed to actually walk in them. Oh man. I don't see anything out of the ordinary in these rooms either. They all look pretty much the same, as they always have. Okay, so the last proper event we had was talking to Deadbeat Dad, and then him saying he's gonna go back to his room. And that was 219. 219 is his room. And nobody answers, and the door is locked. Huh. Okay, maybe if I go down here and then actually go up the staircase in the right hallway up to here. Maybe that causes an event to start. Maybe I need to go back to Louis? Holy shit. This is awful. Yeah, this mechanic is so bad. Like I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I heard a lot of great things about this game. Now it's the greatest game ever made. I do not like this game. I'm just seeing this one through. Because I kind of want to know what happens, but I am not digging this game. And I know I'm saying this 13, almost 14 hours into it, but oh, this game's got some problems. This game's got some big problems. Just because of the hunt the plot trigger, mostly that, but a lot of it is I don't really like the visual novel style of game where a significant portion of the gameplay is this. Like, this game has just so much dialogue. It's like reading a book. And shit, I'd read a book if I wanted to read a book. Like, I think the amount of dialogue and interaction that you have between characters in like a LucasArts or Sierra game is just right. But this is like, oh, this is just so much going on. And then there's long periods of just fucking nothing happening, like right now, where it's hunt for the plot trigger. It's like there's no logic required in what I'm doing. It's just fucking walk around until something happens. And that's just not good game design to me. And yeah, at least in a proper visual novel, you don't have to do shit like this. It's like, hey, here's 3 options for what to do. And then you just pick from that. In this, it's like, okay, read this 50 pages of plot, remember like 8 key things from it, and then wander around aimlessly until something happens. It's still like that. What have I even... So I've been pretty much everywhere down here. I don't think I've been... Like, maybe there's plot hiding over there? No? No plot hiding over there. So I've already tried knocking on Dunning's room in the main office. I already tried Rosa's room. I already went into the storage room. There's nothing there. Okay. 220. Billy closet. Maybe it's something that I missed in here then. Like something I overlooked. Aha! Okay. Alright. So there wasn't immediately anything different when I just looked around the room, but now upon closer inspection, we found that. Oh yeah, and there's nothing different on the little mini map for the room. There's nothing different looking at the 3D models. It's just, you have to fucking look at it. Alright, and now we're right back to Plot Hunt 1979 again. I guess now the next thing is I need a cassette tape reader. So where's there? Has there been any tape players in the game? Oh, we have one in our briefcase that I was just looking through. Probably going to be a mini game to repair the tape, but wait, didn't we have That's a razor. Okay, maybe we don't have one. Thought we did. Inventory? Well, maybe not. Okay. Shit. And I don't recall seeing one anywhere else around. Okay, well, I guess time to wander around until plot happens. Just like everything else in this game. Maybe there's somebody over here. Like maybe Dunning's office would be the next likely spot for a tape player. But maybe it's time for bowling now. Sure. Almost. Dang it. Ah, okay. Alright. Louis is our boy. Serious demand. Okay. Dunning. Huh. Okay. Sure. Alright. So this is gonna be Shenmue 2 now. Great. Real-time tape listening. Louis' room is this way. Where's the cassette deck? It is. It's right there. Right there. Actually in front of you. Okay. Alright, so we can't fast forward, we can't rewind. And then this tape is all busted up. But I'm sure it'll be just fine. Tape's unwound. This is no good. How do I fix it? Just wind it up. Where's the light switch? So to rewind tape, you need to hold one of the reels in place and then spin the other one to get it rewound. And how the hell would I accomplish that? What I got? Maybe the thin wire? There might be something in Louis' room to do this. Or this? Yeah, sure. This is... If you try hard enough, anything can be a tape rewinder. Sure. Yeah, this... Yep. Okay, it's got to be something in the room then. Is this a giant picture of a spider? Oh. Okay. But different from the other pen that we have. Alright. It's ours now. Okay. All right. Surely the ballpoint pen isn't... Well, I guess... Yeah, you can stick a pen through there to hold the reel in place. Yeah, okay. All right. Good luck solving this puzzle, millennials. Oh. Fuck. I just had to say something. Okay, we need a pencil. All right, there's a pencil in our briefcase. Alright, now we got everything we need. This time, things will be different. Hello? This isn't quite how you do it, because you have to hold the other reel in place, but close enough, I guess. Alright. Good. It's like being back in the 80s again. Alright, so we can't rewind, we can't fast forward. Supposed to hit the eject button first. Okay, side A or side B? Oh my god. Alright. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright, side B it is. Okay. Probably Louis, yep. Okay, so Dunning is secretly taping the rooms. Trip. Word. Wait, Dunning's the thief? Huh. Maybe that's why he didn't want the police around? Huh. Sure. But first, let's go bowling. Oh. Alright. So we have to confront Iris now, and okay. I'm not following any of this. I'm not sure how he arrived at the conclusion he did, but we only get 2 choices here for dialogue, so I probably should have saved before this too. Dang it. They're not gonna let me... Not gonna let me save shit. Huh. All right, see ya. Okay. Alright, good. Now, in case this goes sideways. Okay. So Grace worked at the art gallery and was married to deadbeat dad. Okay. So we found another doll somewhere. Huh. Okay. All right. So these are usually the... Don't mess these up or else it's game over. Okay, why ask you to do this? Why she wanted the tape right here? The tape is likely insurance. Okay. Certain man must be Bradley. Who gets the tape? This is the man who painted the... Oh. Okay, so somebody in the hotel made the counterfeit version of the angel, I guess. Okay, talk about the doll, sure. So we repaired the wing. Alright, recognize it. We repaired the wing on her old doll, and then we gave her the rabbit doll, I think. That doll. Okay. It's about Kevin? Probably not about Kevin, because I don't remember Kevin. So probably because she vanished. Okay. Oh, that's Kevin's deadbeat dad. See. No idea. Sure. Surely she has some idea. Okay. We had a different music track for like a second. Oh. Okay. Sure. So that was 19 years ago in the game. Okay. Huh. Going through all the music tracks for this. Okay. All right. Sure. I guess that all adds up. All right, time for bowling. God, all of that shit was just 20 minutes. Okay. All right, time for bowling. This way. Where's Louis? Dang it. Cousin Louis, let's go bowling. All right, it's time. Yep. Time for bowling. Oh. Men who roll. All right, time for bowling. Grace and Bradley are just dead. Yeah, it's like we go through all this investigation, then well, they're just skeletons in the bowling alley. Oh, okay. Wait, are we bowling in the pantry? Or in the hallway? What? What, are we actually bowling? Oh god, we're actually bowling. Oh man. Of course. Of course. So okay. Oh, all right. Not bad. That was bad. Okay. What the fuck? I uh I don't know if the game did uh huh. Okay. Okay. There's an earthquake, Rosa. Also, how did the bowling balls not, like, put dents in the wall, the back wall of the hallway? Alright, Milo's missing. Okay. Alright, she's probably on the roof. Okay, what? Okay. If I had to guess, it's for Suite 111, but sure. That's the... Huh. Alright. Well, there's not that many places she could go. Probably up here. Yep. Time for more of the pass the notebook back and forth. If this makes me click on, God. Like just make it a text, and then we gotta look at this, and this is so unnecessary. Like, the first few times they did this, neat, but having to do this repeatedly every single time. I know your father. Huh. We don't know her father. Maybe her father's the painting counterfeiter. Because she did say her father worked at the art gallery. Or no, he owned the art gallery? Okay. That was a much quicker 20 minutes. Yeah, she usually does, so. Tangoing. Either that or Hyde is just carrying her around. And crab walking around. That's how you do it. To search. Hey. All right, Rosa. Dig through your stuff. exactly like Rosa. Eh? Eh? That must be your son. Examine the window. Huh? Frame is a separate thing? Wait, what? Why is the frame... What? Oh god, oh god. Is this what we're... Alright, Rosa. What you been up to over here, girl? Oh, dang it. Okay. Still unsure as to why the window frame gives a separate thing. Clean enough, but what if we... Okay. A shower curtain. Huh? Well, she's the one who launders the towels, though. There's a shaver in his laundry. Huh. Okay, did I examine the chair? So it didn't let me like look in inside the desk. It looks like there's wear marks on the back of the desk, but that doesn't seem to be important, I guess. Well, shit. I'm still bothered by this window frame. Like, why is this a hotspot that I can't interact with? Huh. Surely it's not this. Yeah. Can't do anything with that. All right, maybe I just gotta attempt to leave the room and the plot happens. This is asking for it. Oh man. This is playing with fire here. I know, it's just, you're just so ugly now. Alright, good. Okay. She didn't shank us there. Okay, good. Just on a boat somewhere. Alright. Are we looking for sailors now? Rosa. So she said, I know your father. Objection. Don't believe you. Come on, don't lie. Probably need... I don't think calling her out on that directly is gonna be the best thing with her, so I'm gonna go with this one. Oh, great. Yeah, it's like trying to figure out what he's actually going to say from the little snippet of dialogue is... You might as well just flip a coin sometimes at this game. Old brochure. Okay, that's the one on her desk. Alright. Tsundere Rosa. You think I'm an idiot? We all do, but come on now, Rosa. Alright. Do I have a coin here? Okay, this is coin enough. Alright. Heads or tails? Tails it is. Fucking hell. What? What? Why are we going through? Oh. Come on now. See, like, this is nothing like what the option was. God. Yeah, I played LA Noire and had similar problems with that. Must have been Mila's brochures. So Mila had a brochure with her when she was walking on the road trying to get to the hotel. So okay. Yeah. What did the pamphlet? Something. What did it tell you? Had that brochure with her. Must be looking for someone who stayed here a long time ago. Maybe it was a really old brochure. Okay. Surely it's got to be this one. Surely. Okay. Made a promise not to tell. Probably Dunning. Okay. Yeah, that one is pretty obvious. Okay. What if she's the only one who knows it, though? Okay. So, Dunning's room. So she's probably the one in that picture. That's in Dunning's office. Huh. Okay. Maybe he's her uncle? Huh. If I had to guess, if there's an angel painting anywhere, it would be in that room in the main, the first floor, right in that main entryway. Room 111. That's got to be where it is. Either that, or it's like a counterfeit painting art gallery. Yeah, the apple paintings. Okay, this is all coming back to the apple paintings. Yep, pictures of apples. Yep. So I noted in my notes where all the apple paintings are and how many apples are on each one, because surely that's going to be important at some point. Yep, all these couple of apples. Huh. Just apples. Sure. Is there gonna be a Bob Ross cameo in this? The time frame would line up. So he didn't do still lifes. Landscapes only. Happy landscapes. Rosa. What is this to you? Okay. All right. Sure. Okay. I guess I'm like looking for Dunning now, probably? Huh. Alright, let's track down Dunning. Or plot will find us. A pager. Hey. For once, things are straightforward. Seven years ago. Huh. Interesting. undiscovered works by famous painters. So, completely made up bullshit paintings then. Like, yeah, sure, this is a Picasso. It's just nobody knew about it until I found it in my storehouse. Yep, nothing fishy about this. Okay, that checks out. Yep. Okay. Alright, putting in calls in at midnight. Alright, quiz time. See if you're paying attention. Because I wasn't. Alright. Okay. Check two things for me. One is Gallery May and the other was... Evans. Okay. Transaction, yep. Person who sent the tape to Iris was Grace? Grace. Found an old key. Yep. And then we gave it to Louis for reasons. Couldn't hang on to that old key ourselves, because that would be crazy. Huh? She was on the roof. Boom. What? Took a powder? Went missing 7 years ago? 7. I've never heard the expression took a powder before. Okay. Alright. Let's continue. Solve this mystery. Alright, chapter 9. Second to last chapter. Oh, midnight to 2 a.m. Okay. Alright, later. Have a good sleep. Oh, now we're looking at paintings. Alright, it's painting time. Alright, a couple apples. 5 Did she say 5? Second floor hallway. I have 4 apple paintings noted. So I haven't seen the 5th apple painting yet, apparently. So room 215 has one. Won't even let me look at this one now. Any theories about Dunning? Not really. I think he's probably involved the counterfeiting, maybe. All right, a couple of apples. Oh, this gives me what? Oh, there's a. Oh. Okay. All right. So 215 has Y painted on it. Okay. Oh, it notes it for you. Okay. Alright, it's a good thing I wrote down where all the apple paintings are. Okay, so the second one is on the second floor hallway, and that one has a couple apples, because there are 2 apples on it. So I only know where 4 of them are, though, so we might be in for a good bad time trying to find the one with 1 apple on it. That is clearly a B. And I am tapping on that B. Is there? I have to have it. Hello? Alright, we'll come back to that one, I guess. Alright, the one with 3 apples on it is on the first floor. And that's at the end of the hallway here. Maybe I can... Perhaps I can... Alright. Oh, it won't let me draw on this page. Okay. Great. Alright, a couple apples. Oh, maybe they all have that on it. Okay. Alright. Sure. Alright, well oop, shit. That one's definitely got a, what was that, N? Okay. Room 217 was the next one that had an apple painting. And then we'll come back to the one with a couple apples on it. Here. So what's this? Alright. Couple apples on there. Okay. All right. So it can be in places where there's not necessarily apples. Okay, 4 and N. So far we have N and Y. All right, so back out to the main hallway. And then once we do this one, then the real fun begins of trying to find the last painting. E. Where's the last apple paint? Okay, so that is actually a plot thing that you're not supposed to know where the final apple painting is. It's got to be in Dunning's room then, or in Suite 111. Oh, we got plot here. Okay. Oh, he's doing what we've had to do for most of the game. in their rooms? Well, you never know. They could be just on the toilet every time that we knock. Because that is always inevitably when somebody knocks on the door, when you're right in the middle taking a dump. Every single time. The guest book, okay, yeah. Asked him to look into that. Has Louis never noticed that there's apple paintings? Yeah, we got that one. 215, yeah. 217, and one at the end. Yep. It's got to be in Dunning's room. Or it's in the cellar. Okay. Word. Okay. Where even is... Where would the cellar be? Like, access through his room, I guess? Or maybe through the kitchen? I don't recall there being a locked door in the kitchen, though. Bowling? Okay. Alright, this next part seems dangerous potentially. We'll save there. In case we make a wrong move in the cellar. And also finding the cellar. There's also room 111. Like, this is... Surely it's not this. Wait, we don't even have the old key right now. What? I guess Louis is gonna meet us there? Either that or he's still in the bar? Victoria's room. I guess we can check here. While we're here. Okay. Alright, so this door here, this must be the... Yeah, and there's... Where would you even put a key here? Alright, so surely he's got to be in the bar. Not. Alright. I guess we're wandering around until plot happens? Either that or I have to go check the planter again? Huh. Oh man, this game's doing this to me again. Okay. Oh, wait, what? I thought we were going down to the cellar. All right. All right. Alright. Where's the last apple painting, Rosa? So it would be in a room that she has access to then. So we found the 3 on the second floor, and we found 1 on the first floor. So it's on the first floor, and it's gotta be room 111 then. Yeah, the special room. Do I even want to know what's so special about it? Yeah. Yep, room 111. So E-N-N-Y. So it'd be like Benny or Kenny, Yenny, Zenny, Lenny. Annie. Huh. I thought we were trying to be discreet here, and we're carrying around Mila princess style here. All right, let's. Do we have any Ennies? Briany, Keviny, Jeffany. Okay. They're not in that list, so. Is this a fucking game over? What? What? Is this fucking game over? Then why did I bring her with me? This is the only way to get there. How? I guess I gotta go up the staircase and go all the way around, but how the fuck are you supposed to know this? Like, dude, man, how the fuck are you supposed to know Dunning is gonna be right there? Other than, hey, you gotta run into it and just know ahead of time. Ha ha ha. Okay, at least it puts you here, but what the fuck? All right, let's take it this way, and I'm sure this will be fine. Yeah, weird. Not a problem if we just go this way. This is so stupid. Alright. Yeah, that is one apple. And so the special room is just slightly bigger than the other one. Got it. With a couple apples on it. Alright. Jenny. Jenny? Where have I heard of a Jenny? Maybe that's the name of the person who's murdered, maybe? I don't recall a Jenny. I'm sure Kyle Hyde will put it together, though, for me. All caps, Jenny. I've seen that name before. The birthday card? Okay. Should be scoping out all this. We're in this room illicitly, but I'll do it anyways. Yeah. Yep, that logic checks out. This is just kind of going here. Slapper? Wait. Okay, you gotta... Alright. And then... Okay, I had to close the DS and then blow into the microphone. Okay. Wait. She's talking. What? Alright. No more writing in the dumbass notebook. Should we really be doing this in the room we're not supposed to be in? relocate over to the Rosas room, maybe? No? Okay. Jenny. Okay. Alright. So her art gallery father had business here. Okay. Is she 16 now? 19. Okay. Alright. Who's Jenny? Ah, I see. Okay. So she's in a coma, I guess? Didn't she die in a plane crash? Yeah. Okay. All right. So we still have business in the booze cellar. Which one? Huh. How would he know her? Okay. Ah, okay. That makes sense. I'm probably gonna say she was in a coma. Yep. As I figured. Not really. Yeah. A new visitor. And it was fake Kyle Hyde. Maybe there's just somebody else with that same name. Eh? Bradley's behind all of this. Okay. Alright. Phone call next. Okay. Alright. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll step away for a couple minutes here, and we will continue solving this mystery right after this. Stay tuned. Alright. Let's run through the tape here on the old hotel desk. Room 215. Alright, so we got a notification on our pager that we got a phone call. So back to the room to get all that sorted. Evans, okay. We're not sitting down, though. "10 years ago, Evans bought the hotel? What?" Huh. Ah. Huh. Huh. Interesting. All right. This is probably Louis. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Rosa. Screwing up everything. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Gonna throw her off the roof, isn't he? Yeah, don't screw this up anymore, Rosa. Prize room first. Okay, so there's only one entrance to his room. You know what? I gotta check the roof first, because clearly they're there. Also, there hasn't been a use for the boiler room yet. And it's not here. So surely there's something's gotta happen in the boiler room. They wouldn't go through the trouble of making a room and not doing anything with it. Yeah, the wine cellar. What about it? Okay. Wait, the door's just unlocked? Oh, we've been in this room yet. Maybe we have? So this is the old brochure. Yeah. Okay, so there's something behind one of the... Okay. Behind one of the racks there, I guess. Maybe Osterzone is completely made up? No, there's a knife over there. Huh. Can I take one? Okay. Okay, that's probably everything there is to see here. Yep, sure is a bathroom. Okay. All right. We got some paintings. Guess we can look at this picture. So this must be Jenny. Okay. All right, off to the wine cellar, I guess. All right, wine cellar is in the kitchen. Pantry. All right. End of the chapter, huh? This is kind of a weird place to do the end of chapter wrap up, but okay. One of the second floor paintings in the hallway. Found another one in my room. The last one on the second floor was in 217? Yeah, 217. Okay. Q17 had 4 apples, because I wrote that down. Jenny. Or it had, more specifically, it had a couple apples, according to the game. A couple. Years old? 9 years old. I'll know it when I see it. Robbins. Birthday cards. Yep. Oh, Dunning must be the forger. And I bet it's a paint a studio is what's behind that that wall in the. Wow, it doesn't even let you save here? Okay. Oh, Louis just taking a nap, huh? Burp, got your nose. Oh. Oh, this seems like a great place to save. Let's put that in slot 3 then. Okay. And that's why they defer your save. Okay, chapter 10, the final chapter. 2 o'clock until... Sure. Yep. They whack their dry gulch, as the kids say. This is just... Are they gonna recap the whole game in this wine cellar after getting hit in the head with a brick? Okay, it was behind here, behind this one. And the fourth one was in the bar, I guess. Okay. Alright, is this where we... Black light. Okay. Sweet. Probably need help to move this. Well, clearly it was behind this. Right, maybe you have to look at all the shelves before lets you move on. Oh, well, there's the other whiskey bottle. Okay, maybe that opens a secret. That's key to open this, maybe? It needs to be exactly that weight to open a pressure switch or something. This is anime, and that's how things work. This is gonna turn into a Professor Layton puzzle. Okay, so that... Huh. We can take it out? Okay. So there must be another whiskey bottle somewhere? Okay, there's this one. It's supposed to, okay, make it a full whiskey bottle by combining those? Okay. All right. Nice FMV, bro. Yeah, Rosa's probably better backup than Louis is. All right, let's do it. We got a door, and then we got obviously fake wall here. shelves really the most interesting thing here? Okay, we probably need this for a puzzle. Because we have a pencil. Sprinkle it, grinded and powdered sprinkle it. Okay. Alright. So, aluminum foil with knives and grind up pencil. Oh. Well, I guess we live here now. Okay. More Osterzoni. Written by Dunning. Robert Evans. Okay. Okay. 67. So that sounds like a computer password to me. Weird ink on it. How can he read this? Oh, I don't know. Maybe a blacklight? $15. Okay. Oh, man. I fucking knew it. Alright, so we gotta grind up our pencil. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Alright, sure, a hammer. All right. And then our pencil. Okay, so now we need like a workbench. Crap. Getting hard to breathe. Oh shit. Old wooden table. The drawer. Lockbox. Was what, 517? 518, okay. What the f— last job, finish it and you're free. What? Huh. Well, none of this helps get the door open. Alright, I'm assuming hammer on the door isn't going to do much. That's just that one. Alright, good old hammer. Okay. Alright, surely a hammer. Alright, so where would I grind up the pencil then? On the— yeah, getting dizzy. Old wooden chair. Okay, maybe fuck. So I know what I have to do here, but how I grind up this pencil? Like shit. Look in here. Ah. Those are still file. Alright. Grind up the pencil with the file. What? Ow. Where's my... Oh. Yep, this seems safe. Okay, so we turn it on and then... Probably... Oh. I thought this was laid out like a regular keyboard. Oh, this is a cipher. Okay. One. Shit. Okay. So I gotta look at that letter, the letter again. Okay. This. And then. Okay. Alright. So I'll set it to 1. Actually, does this go up to 15? It does. Okay. Alright. Oster Zoni is Dunning Smith. Ah. The mystery is solved. So I figured that before all this, but okay. And we're about to be saved by Louis anyways. Hopefully it wasn't fucking Louis who locked us in here. I think he's standing right in front of me. And also, it's probably this clearly fake wall right in front of me. Right there. But I'm sure the game's gonna make me walk around for the length of this. Before they go, well, man, I don't know where they went. Where could they have been? It's a mystery. It must have just disappeared into thin air. Surely it's not this clearly fake door. Fake wall. Okay, so maybe it's got something to do with the scissors then? So aluminum. I don't know if I have any oil with me. Order sheet, hash, blacklight, sure, article, book, hammer. No? So I don't have any aluminum foil. I'm not sure what sharpening the scissors would accomplish either. Unless this is aluminum? Yeah. So... what's the deal here? Like, this looks weird, but no, that's not it either. The cardboard boxes are an examination thing here, so maybe there's something weird with these. Hey, maybe black light on these. Okay. Well, perhaps something on the shelf that I overlooked. Guess. Okay. I already read this. This was sharpen things with sharpen things with cutting aluminum foil. Maybe I can just take the scissors now? We also don't have a use for the hammer yet. Maybe this? That's not aluminum foil, but... yeah. The lighter is aluminum? No. No. Alright, surely. Okay, this looks important. Oh, doesn't let you take it. I'm not even sure where foil would be. Maybe in Dunning's room? I don't know if the game even lets you go out of the cellar. If it does, then that's probably what I need, is to get some foil from somewhere. Okay, it does let you leave here. Alright, so... we're taking Louis along for the ride. So we haven't been to the boiler room yet either. Maybe this lets us interact with it now? Hammer the shit out of this, and then... Alright, so aluminum. I know that there's beer cans in Dunning's place, I think? In his room? I seem to recall that being a thing. Okay, we do this. Okay. Sure, clearly not. How silly of me. Okay, so maybe the kitchen possibility for I should be a little more thorough here. Yeah, I'm still not sure what sharp scissors are gonna do for anything. There's nothing aluminum wrapped in here. Okay. I don't recall. I don't recall anything aluminum in our briefcase. Our luggage. This is the Whitland. Like, there's clearly a knife here. There are multiple knives. But can't take any of them. Alright, I think the next stop is... I'm gonna go back to my room and check the luggage. And see if there's anything in there. None of those. We have a shaver. Hey, there's the pencil again. We got another pencil? Wait. But we ground up the other pencil into dust. Huh. Alright. I'm not gonna think about that one too hard. It's too late in the day for that. And then these were both empty. I'm assuming they're still empty. Okay, so next would be... kitchen, I guess. Or... aluminum. But it's so weird that there's nothing else to interact with. I don't see anything that looks like aluminum. Looks like aluminum foil. Well, maybe. It's just bottle, cleaning supplies. No. Fryer, cooktop. We need bulk ketchup. I seem to recall there being a... There was something with aluminum foil over it, like a take out to go dish or something. Maybe it was in the restaurant? Shit. And Louis said the bar is closed. Well, not yes. Okay, so that's just the jukebox. No, nothing there. Huh. Gotta be in the... So I don't think there'd be anything like aluminum foily in the, like, supply closet. Maybe she knows. Oh, and that brings us back down here. So there's no spots here that... Oh. Just like everything else in the game, you just wander around until something happens. If only we had some sharp scissors. If only. Alright, we gotta go sharpen some scissors, I guess. Practically WarioWare now. Okay. Probably gonna need sharpened scissors, though. Yep. Bob Ross original. Go gadget blacklight. Oh, or not. Alright, burn it. Nope. Okay. So probably have to scrape some of the paint off with something sharp, like some sharp scissors. Okay. Okay. Alright, palette knife. Solve this mystery for us. It's the angel painting. Alright, game, I get the idea. Really gonna make me do the whole thing, right? Alright. Can't miss a single spot here. Wait. All right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna save again, because there might be some weird game over state coming up. You never know. Okay, so now... You didn't know he shot Bradley? That's been since the very, very, very beginning of the game. That was in the opening cutscene. And there's been like 8 flashbacks about it. Okay, so now we need some sharp scissors. The wall's the door. That's fantastic. I have a special button I can press on my tablet for, hey, make a thumbnail, and there we go. Oh, well, that was easy. Okay. We're gonna play poker in here? All right. This seems like a great idea. Ah, sure. Well. I don't think he killed him. They probably just talked. It had to have been Bradley, because he checked in as Kyle Hyde. Right. What did you discuss? Oh? Well, he was really drunk. But I'm gonna go with lied. Okay. Whom is Norman? I don't recall hearing that name before. Okay. All right, fair enough. Okay. Probably did tell him about her. Shit. Oh, for fuck's sake. Seriously? No fucking way. We gotta do all this shit all over again? Over a coin flip? Come on. Are you fucking kidding me? We weren't gonna find Bradley anyways. Man, fuck this game. Where's this gonna put me? Are you fucking serious? Alright. If you got anything to do for like 10 minutes, now's a great time, because all I'm going to be doing is holding down on the D-pad and pressing in on the touchscreen. it probably is legit going to be 10 minutes. Talk to him here. Bradley. It was Niall. You lied. Didn't say a thing. All right. Okay. Sure didn't. Nothing, and she was fine? What? This one. This one we've already seen. Norman. Okay. Why did he keep Milo's secret? Alright, new music. Alright, that only took 5 minutes. Yep, Majini. That's actually his accent, and not Mila. Yeah, so the Hotel Dusk is a Nile front. Okay. That would be Grace. Ah, so she was trying to blackmail him. Ah, okay. And that's how she raised the money for deadbeat dad doctor. Okay, and then fake Kyle Hyde. was Evans. That is sister? Huh. So Bradley's sister was kidnapped? Huh. All right. That spells that out pretty clearly then. All right. Graph and key. Yep. Okay, that's probably for the red box. Nice music transition, bro. Yep, that means the client was Bradley. Yep, okay. Just like I thought. Spooky Ghost Bradley. Okay. Okay. right. They played her answering the phone animation in reverse for that. Nice. Oh, the Rosa again. Rosa, leave me alone. Let's roll the credits, Rosa. Oh. Man, we haven't interacted with this guy in like 3 parts. Just a stack of cash. Sure. Okay. All right, checking out. Oh God, what now? Old lady. Oh yeah, that's right. We went on hot date with old lady in the last part. God. Alright. Gotta do our best to avoid Rosa. She's gonna add 20 minutes to... Alright. Got any 8-piece puzzles to solve for the road? Sure. All right. Escape for. Oh no! Nope! 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 I might. Okay, optional. All right, front desk. Check out. Checking out. Nope. Shit. All right, good. Excellent. Oh, we have 2 room keys. Room 215 did not grant my wish. My wish that this game was about 10 hours shorter. All right. Roll them credits. Oh. I was waiting for that. Okay. Oh, still gotta press buttons. Did it. All right. Perfect. Perfect portrait. Perfect. Looks like Rosa's getting slapped by two people at the same time. Iris, just Iris. Yep, there's Deadbeat Dad. There's Moron Daughter. 8-piece puzzle solver. And real best girl Rachel. Alright, remember all of this? Yep, there's Rachel. Hope I play the sequel soon. That's not likely going to happen. There's a few games in this games universe, apparently. Why not? Because I did not like this game. And I will elaborate further in my wrap-up of it. Replay the game for the bonus scenes. Yeah, I'll absolutely do that, yeah. Okay, game. For the New Game Plus run that I'm totally gonna do. Alright. The end. Probably just sits on the screen for... Okay. That appears to be it for this one. Alright. Save the game, or stop the timer there. 17 hours, 51 minutes. Oh boy. Okay. Alright. Check that one off the list. Eesh. Okay. Gotta make sure my 3DS makes it back to the home screen here. Shut it down properly. I don't want anything weird happening to my capture card. Okay. Alrighty. Let's wrap up Hotel Dusk here. Okay. Gotta put the stylus away. Very important. Okay. Alrighty. Hotel Dusk, huh? Okay, completed. Yep. Cheated. No, I don't think I even remember asking for any hints. I think I did this without hints too. Or without requesting one. Some people just fucking spouted them out regardless, but I don't think I asked for any. So, good on that. Alright, things I liked. Great 2D art style with the character portraits. Not even close, Peepo. Great 2D art, character portraits. Really cool use of 3D with the hotel exploration. Some clever puzzles. Like the coat hanger stuff. I remember that one. I remember the most with like picking the lock on the luggage. The end game stuff was pretty well done. I just wish there were more puzzles, but we'll get to that in a bit. Let's see. Great music. Lots of nice characterization in the writing. Let's see. Nice plot overall. Like that's testament enough as to how good I thought the plot was that I actually stuck through the nearly 18 hours of visual novel stuff. Let's see, what else did I like? Used pretty much all the features of the DS system. So there were some puzzles where you had to physically close the system. There was puzzles where you had to blow into the microphone. There's even a puzzle that had a fake multi-touch thing for it, where you had to hit 2 buttons at the same time, and so that was it detected a touch going between the two and had one in the middle, I guess, is how that worked out to be. Yeah, I think that covers most of what I really liked. All right, things I did not like. I do not like visual novels, and this game practically is one. So my initial impression with this game when I got it and played it years and years ago was like, oh man, this is like a first-person adventure game where you're exploring the hotel and getting into little conversations with people. But it turns out this game is like 90% just text, walls of fucking text. And the plot advancement was a whole lot of wandering around until something happened. So, what the fuck is this? Plot adventure. Plot advancement. So it felt like you just stumbled around until something happened. Like in nearly all other adventure games, like you come to the plot, you do your exploration, you're actively involved in advancing the plot yourself in almost all cases. In this game, it was more like, hey, I'm gonna walk over here and hope something happens because there's nothing else I can actively do to have something happen. It's just it's like you have a clear goal in mind for this. So it's all broken up into chapters, and most of the time you have a clear goal of like, okay, I need to get into this room, I need to find this person, I need to get my luggage open. But you aren't given the tools to do that unless you just randomly walk around until somebody opened the door behind you and they want to talk for 20 minutes about some stupid thing. And then, okay, you're done with that conversation. Now turn around and head further down, and now somebody else wants to talk about some stupid thing for 20 minutes. Like, that... Come on. It felt like unnecessary padding up until kind of the end when things all started to tie together. Like, sure, they want to weave this intricate story, but doing it like this just... It just wasn't fun to do it like that. Like, I understand the need for intrigue and mystery in a game like this, in a thriller like this, but it was the opposite of thrilling to me in how it all played out. Like, they give you the illusion of choice for a lot of this, but that whole illusion just kind of breaks down when the player is just aimlessly wandering around, especially if it's for a part of the game where it says it's from, like, okay, this is from 2 p.m. until 2:30 p.m. or 2:20, and it's like it's me wandering around in circles for an hour looking for a plot trigger. Like that just isn't fun, and I don't think it's a great system. So that is like the biggest thing that I really didn't like about this. Like, you either got to make it a straight up adventure game where where dialogue is to a minimum, and I don't know, maybe have a real-time clock on screen or something, or you go full on into visual novel where you can't even explore the hotel at all and it automatically does it. Like, that would have been completely fine if it was like that, or if it was the other way around and just full on real-time exploration. Both of those would have been fine. This game kind of went up the middle, and I think it was worse for it. Let's see, other things I didn't like. It was really mostly that, and it's a big one. Like, if I don't like the core structure of the gameplay, then that's a real big issue. But again, I'll point out, I did actually finish this game. I sat through the whole thing. I just about lost my patience with it about halfway through though, and that's, I was like, okay, let's get this shit done. It was like chapter 6 or so is when I was like, oh jeez. I had to make the hard choice of like, do I really want to sit through this whole thing? And I ended up doing it because I just keep hearing like, oh man, this game's incredible, it's amazing. Like, once you do it, you got to go to the sequels. Like, nah, especially if they're like this, just nah. It's just not my kind of thing. Like, I can see why people would like it, but I did not. And yeah, it's mostly just this. Okay. All right, ding memes, the hairy eyeball. I got myself paperclip, money in the tank. What else was there? I can't remember anymore. So we'll just do this. Drum and bass, nope. Halo Mouse, nope. Difficulties and hard. So I'm not even sure how you classify this for this. So most of the the Scooby-Doo reference. Scooby-Doo reference. Yep. Okay, so alright, so this game gives you a retry if you happen to screw up a puzzle bad enough to give you a game over. Like, oh, that's another thing. Okay, the game overs. Yeah, the coin flip game overs. Yeah, that too. Shit. Coin flip game overs. Like, sometimes it's not at all obvious what the outcome of some of these dialogue branches are, and the fact that they're buried in the middle of, after these like 5-minute long ass conversations, 5 minutes if you skip through it, and if you get any of these coin flips wrong, like some of them are clearly obvious, but the one that I failed right here at the end in the last bit here, that one honestly could have gone either way. And that is just the most frustrating shit. Like, how was I supposed to know that that was the wrong thing to say? Because either one would have been perfectly valid, but the way that your character elaborated on that little sentence that they give you is, hey, I'm gonna be a huge asshole in front of Dunning, and then he's gonna send us to our room and game over. So it's like, ah, shit. But as far as actual difficulty, some of the ingrained difficulty in this is obviously staying interested for the whole thing. And for me, that was very difficult. The puzzles, I didn't think there were that many that legit stumped me. Like that, they do give you some red herrings towards the end, like with the sharpening the blade. Like, I was wandering around looking for a blade to sharpen, and whoops, it turns out it was just another instance of you had to walk around until something happened, with the bricks falling out of the wall. So great, another instance of that. But the puzzles I didn't think were that difficult. They were clever, but they weren't that difficult. And yeah, it was just, hey, walk around until something happens. There's very few instances where the game was actually waiting for you to solve a puzzle rather than have the plot come to you. So, geez, this game almost plays itself for the most part, and it's the puzzles aren't anything that I would really call mind-bendingly difficult. Most of the inventory that you pick up in this game you don't even use too, is another thing. Like, you keep it around for evidence, I guess, for your detective thing, but most of the things you don't actively end up using, and there's no item combination really. So that removes another layer of potential complexity with the item gameplay in this. All right, and then rating 1 to 5. So I'll preface this with saying I really don't like the style of game that they went for with this. I don't like the visual novel type of game because, shit, dude, just read a novel. If you're gonna have this, if it's just walls of text with anime portraits over it, that's really not my thing. Like, I play games to have gameplay, and a lot of this game just didn't feel like I was playing a game. It was just words, a puzzle, getting stuck for an hour, walking around in circles, and then more words. That's nah. Like, I have my limits for what I consider something to be fun and engaging. This really ain't it. I can see there's a lot to like with the art direction in this. The art direction for the 2D portraits and the 3D environmental art was great. The music was great. Puzzles were clever. The plot itself was fantastic. But the way it's delivered, wrapped up in the total package, like, if a game ain't fun, then I ain't giving it more than a 3. So, boom. Hotel Desk, room 215. Nintendo DS, completed. 17 hours, 15 minutes, 51 minutes. 9 deaths, most of those bullshit. There we go. Alright. Okay, so finally done with Hotel Desk, huh? Alright. Yeah, she was guilty her mom left, and then she admits it herself immediately after that, after the fucking game over. Like, yeah. Pretty amazing. Alright, well, I can say I beat the game now, and it was an interesting story, but the game itself was not interesting. So alright. I'll know to never play a visual novel ever again. Because I played the best one. And I don't need to play anymore, I guess. Okay. Alright, so we finished up that. So we still have Moss is in progress. I don't know how far I am in Moss. And I never checked what the charge level was on my Vive controllers. I'll have to boot that up again after the stream and double check how much charge was on them, because that's kind of half the point of playing through Moss is figuring out how long the battery charge will last on my Vive controllers for VR play. And yeah, I also figured out from the Moss playthrough that after about 90 minutes of VR gameplay, my face starts to hurt like hell. From the from this right on this part of the headset, just this starts digging into your face really hard. So oh geez, I think I have another like extra thick padded thing around here, and I'm gonna have to look for that, because holy hell, that was actually getting painful towards the end of the Moss playthrough. And shit, if I can only last 2 hours at a time in VR, then it might take a while to finish the Alex playthrough, because apparently that game is more than 4 hours long. So I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I suppose. So yeah. So we still have the Moss playthrough in progress. Steel Battalion is still in progress. Let me check the poll here. So I had a poll going for the next Sega Saturn game, and let's see what won that poll. We'll just choose it right now. Okay, so the top 2 games in that poll are Burning Rangers and Nights into Dreams. So those will be the next 2 games here. Short-term stream plans. So today is the 19th for me. We're going to finish up the Moss playthrough. We're going to do some PS Explosion again now that we've finished all the Half-Life commitments until Alex comes out. So that will likely be the next stream, maybe, is Moss, and then the next PS Explosion game, which is Galaga Destination Earth, which is half top-down Galaga shooty, and then the other half is Star Fox style gameplay, where it's 3D and full control rail shooter. So that should actually be interesting. I'm looking forward to that, because 1, Galaga is awesome, and 2, Star Fox is awesome, and that game is both. So it should actually be pretty cool. So yeah, that'll likely be the next stream, and then after that, after we finish Moss, is Burning Rangers, and then after Burning Rangers is La Milana, which should actually take me a very long time. Like, this took 17 hours. I fully expect La Milana to maybe be 20 to 30 hours. One, because it's kind of a long game, and two, it's very difficult and has extremely hard puzzles. And as we've established, I'm an idiot, so it's probably going to take a while to do La Mulana, because you have to puzzle out stuff in the ruins, and you also have to have mechanical platformer, action platformer skills. So that should be an exciting adventure there. And then after La Mulana is Nights into Dreams, another Saturn game. And then from there we'll figure out what's next after that. As far as Peace Explosion goes, we still up next is Galaga, Destination Earth, and then after that is Monkey Hero, and then after that is whatever my system decides. So that'll be that. And then of course on the 23rd, in 4 days, Half-Life Alyx is coming out, and I will be playing through that the night that it releases. I'm not going to get up early and stream that, because that'll probably end badly for me if I do that. And yeah, that is a plan. So I've been streaming pretty much every single day for let me actually check and see here. I'm pretty sure I've been streaming every day for like the last week plus. March, let's see here, 18th, 17th, 16th, 14th, 12th. Okay, maybe not. like 5 days. I gotta take a day off because I need to, one, do my taxes, and then two, I need to rest. So I will not be streaming tomorrow night, but I will the night after though, because we have to finish up this boss playthrough. Okay. All right. So as always, thank you for watching. I appreciate y'all coming by and sitting through this banger here, and Moss, of course. I hope y'all have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. And I'll see you next time. Take care. Good night.